Welcome back to my kitchen. I am Mohammed the Egyptian cook, and for today's live, we are making Egyptian food wa tamea. This is one of the most popular meals in Egyptian culture. Anytime you hear somebody say food wa tamea, it most likely means that they are Egyptian or are referring to this very popular meal in Egyptian culture. Food is essentially fava beans, and tamea is the original falafel. So this recipe, I started working on it last night because we did use dry beans to make everything. We're not using any type of canned beans. So this was it's been a 2 day process for this. With that being said, I already did record all of my voiceover audio earlier because it's always the first thing that I do when it comes to working on my recipe videos. Right here in front of me, I do have the bean pots. Here, let me give you guys a better look as to what is happening over here. All right, right here I have the bean pot. In Arabic, we call it the masa. So in here we do have the fava beans. They've been cooking for about 4 hours now. This is like for the cook time, it's supposed to be cooked low and slow for about 6 hours for it to become tender. So right now we do have a few more shots that we need to record for this part because I do need to add a little bit of more water to it to essentially raise the water level in the bean pot. And then after that, we're going to work on making an Egyptian style salad called salata baladi. After that, we're going to make homemade tahina sauce, and then which we will be using as a dip for the tamea. And then the final piece that we will be making is the tamea, which is essentially the original falafel. For those of you who do not know, tamea originated in Egyptian culture well over 1,000 years ago. It was originally made with using split fava beans as one of the primary ingredients to make it. But then as it was adopted by other regions started adding started substituting the split fava beans with chickpeas, which is also known as hummus. So some would do like a 50-50 split or some sort of split between the two, between the split fava beans and the hummus or chickpeas. And some would just use hummus in general. As it was changed from region to region, it started, that is essentially what gave birth to the name falafel, where instead of everyone calling it tamea, they started calling it falafel. So anytime you hear somebody talk about tamea, you know that they are talking about Egyptian style falafel. It is the original one. So with that being said, that's what we have on today's agenda for this live. So let's go ahead and let me turn on the stove behind me here. I just have a pot of water, just a little bit of water in here that we need to bring to a boil. So we're gonna let that reach a boil. We're gonna let the water reach a boil. And once it reaches a boil, then we're going to record the shots. I do have a few recording lines that I need to do standing in front of this bean pot with my main camera, which is over here in front of me. And the reason why we're boiling the water, anytime you are cooking, especially like dry beans, for example, and you need to adjust the water level to increase it, you do not want to add cold water or room temperature water. If you add either cold or room temperature water, it will essentially, in a way, like shock the beans and interrupt the cooking process, and you don't want to risk that because it can cause the dried beans to, in a way, it will essentially interrupt the cooking process and take much longer. So the best practice is anytime you need to increase the water level as you are cooking dried beans is to boil the water first separately and then add it in once that water is boiled. So that way it does not shock or interrupt the cooking process that has already been ongoing. As I said, this has been going for about 4 hours now. We still have roughly minimum 1 more hour, anywhere between 1 and 2 hours left for the cooking, for this food to finish cooking. So while we're waiting on the water to reach a boil, I'm actually going to, I have I have about like 3-ish, 4 lines that I need to record. Food needs to be cooked low and slow for about 6 hours. Do not stir the food while it cooks. Then check the water level. All right. Let's do this. Food needs to be cooked low and slow for about 6 hours. All right, let's check it out. See how that clip looks. All right, the tamea is in focus. I'm in focus too, which is good. Food needs to be cooked low and slow for about 6 hours. All right, very good. Do not stir the food while it cooks. All right, let's check that one out. Make sure we're good to go. Do not stir the food while it cooks. All right, we're good to go on that one. And then check the water level. Check the water level every hour and boil fresh water before adding it in. Check the water. So I wrote check the water level every hour and boil fresh water before adding it. And I'm going to add a little bit more to this. So check the water level every hour to ensure the water level is above the food. So I'll add that last preposition at the end there. So let's do this. Check the water level every hour to ensure it remains above the food. Check the water level every hour to ensure it remains above the food. I don't like my my body language when I did that. I'm not even gonna watch it. I already know I don't like it. Because as I was saying it and doing it, it just felt awkward. I should have went like this, but I went like this. So like this. So it just, yeah, let's try that again. All right, take 2. All right, serious faces, people. All right, we can't be joking around here. Check the water level every hour to ensure the water level sits above the food. Check the water level every hour. Let me make sure I said that right. I think I said too much, maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Check the water level every hour to ensure the water level sits above the food. All right. I said water level twice. I should not have. So let's try it again. Check the water level every hour to ensure it is above the food. That one should be okay. Let's review it. Check the water level every hour to ensure it is above the food. All right. That one was good. Boil the water first before you add it. Boil the water first before you add it. Just like another minute or two. This water is about to boil behind me. And then we'll temporarily swap the pot so I can just get a quick shot with my main camera of the boiling water. And then we're going to swap it back again. We're going to pour in some water, and then we will be good to go. And we can start working on the salad, followed by the tahina sauce, then the tamea, which is the original falafel. For those of you just joining in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Mohammed the Egyptian Cook, and we are making food wa tamea for today's live. All right, that's the water boiling behind me. Let's turn that off. All right, I'm gonna swap this to the stove behind me. Now I just need to adjust my main camera onto this. So just give me a moment as I make that adjustment. All right. Let's bring this back over. I have to be careful how I set it on this, otherwise it will tip over. All right. Now I need to adjust the camera up just a little bit. All right, let's do this. Let me move this back to the stove behind me. Right. I just need to re-record my line where I say boil the water. Before you add it in. Boil the water first before you add. Let's try it again. Boil the water first before you add it in. Before you add it in, before you pour it in, before you pour it in. I'll say pour instead. Boil the water first before you pour it in. All right, so I can temporarily move the countertop stove out of the way. And let me give you guys a look as to what is going on. So here it is over here. It is on really, really, really low heat. Lid's going to remain on. We still have about another hour or so for it to finish cooking. But while it is cooking, we are going to work on the other items. One of which that we are doing next, which is preparing a salad, an Egyptian style salad. Which is essentially like a cucumber and tomato salad. Move this out of the way. All right, let me adjust the camera up. Let's see how we look. Now let's prepare this traditional Egyptian style salad called salata beledi. Let's do this. Now let's prepare a traditional Egyptian style salad called salata beledi. All right, let me tilt you guys a little bit down. For this next part, let me move some of these things out of the way. I got a giant thing of vinegar, some tahina, and some mint leaves. So I'm going to be using this thing to essentially make the dicing process a little bit easier and quicker. Let me grab my knife. First things first, we're starting with a red onion. Oh wow, this one is this one's really brutal. I barely did anything and I'm already tearing up. Oh boy, oh boy. Be right back. Let's see. I need to position this camera down onto the bowl. Let's do this. That was white vinegar. That was sea salt. So the vinegar and the sea salt will help reduce that harsh, raw onion taste. Grab the little knife. Oops, that's not it. We got some mini cucumbers here. Let me make sure that you guys... There we go. That should be better for everybody, I hope. So right now we got some mini cucumbers. I'm just cutting off the ends here. I should slice these in half first because they kind of made them like little, kind of like what you would use for like coleslaw, even though cucumbers aren't in coleslaw. So let me grab a bowl. I mean, it'll be okay. It's no big deal. It's not the end of the world. Much better. I don't know how well the tomato's going to work with this thing, so let's find out. I think we're okay. Up next is some jalapenos for optional added heat. All right, then we still have some parsley that we need to chop up, and then sea salt, black pepper, some fresh lime juice, and then the final touch will be the mint leaves. Let's see, did I miss anything? Where are my jalapenos? Let's see, for added heat, parsley, sea salt, black pepper, lime juice, mint leaves. Mix, then mint leaves. All right, let's chop the parsley, which is over here behind us. Just going to give this a quick wash. I'll be right back. I need to turn the stove slightly down on the food. It started to overflow a little bit. I don't know if you guys could hear that sizzling noise or not. That was just from the water overflowing once again onto the stove, which my stove right now is a complete and total disaster because it already overflowed earlier today. This would be now the second time that it's happened. All right, let's go ahead and add in this chopped parsley. Oops. Next is the sea salt and black pepper. Oops. First, we got the sea salt. Followed by some black pepper. All right, that's all set. Now we come in with the fresh lime juice. Before slicing it in half, just rolling it down. To help ease the squeezing process. If you don't have one of those like handheld juicing tools, whatever they're called, you can just take a spoon, put it right in the flesh like that, and essentially squeeze the lemon or lime to get all of that juice out. Let me wash my hands really quick. All right, now let's give this a mix. How did I say this? Mix the vegetables really well for the final touch. And all right, let's do this. All right, now we just mix this all together, mix it really well. One of my favorite parts about the salad is not the salad itself, but it's essentially the dressing, which is comprised of the vinegar, and then the vinegar was added to the red onions at the very beginning, which helps reduce that harsh raw onion taste. And it releases like some of that onion juices or onion water as well. And when you mix in the tomatoes and cucumbers, it has a similar effect. So it essentially creates like this pinkish dressing. And in Egyptian culture, I disagree with the name, but the name more so has to do with the concept, not the actual ingredients. We call it Salata whiskey. I disagree with that name because it implies that there is alcohol in it. The reason why it is called that is because you pour it into, what they do is they, oops. What they do is they pour it into like a little shot glass, like a clear shot glass, like with a handle though, like kind of like a Turkish coffee cup, but clear. And you just drink it like a shot. I more so just drink it right out of the bowl, like after you finish eating the salad, or you could even separate it. Here, let me show you guys. I don't know if you're able to tell, but like the bottom half of this bowl is that pinkish, dressing, and it is absolutely delicious and refreshing. All right, so the salad is mixed up. Now, let's come in with the mint leaves. I'm just picking the leaves from the main stems, or the main stem, I should say. We're not going to use the main stem, but we will use the mint leaves. my camera just told me internal temperature too high, and just power it down. So let me flip the switch on it too for the time being. At least I was not in the middle, in the middle of one of my frames or shots when that happened. Let's get rid of these stems. Let's go ahead and chop these mint leaves up. You can also use dried mint leaves instead of fresh mint leaves for this step. If you use dried mint leaves, what you do is you just take the pile of the leaves like in the palm of your hand and just gently rub both your hands together, the palms of your hands together, and then it will essentially crumble the dried mint leaves, and it will also help release its oil. So if you use dried mint leaves, just put the mint leaves in the palm of your hands, rub it like this, and then add it to the salad. It will help break it down, and it will release the oils from the mint leaves. But if you're using fresh mint leaves, as I am right now, just chop it up as you did the parsley. That should be okay for the mint. Hopefully my main camera has cooled down. Let's give it a shot. All right, looks like we are back in business. That was the mint leaves. Set this to the side for now. I'm gonna add a little bit more cucumber to this. All right, the salad's all set. An Egyptian style salad called salata baladi. Onions, tomatoes, cucumbers, vinegar, sea salt, black pepper, parsley, and mint leaves, and some lime juice, all mixed in together. So let's put this in the fridge for now. Let's clean up my spot. And then we're going to make the tahina sauce, and then we're going to make the tamea, which is Egyptian style falafel. It's actually the original falafel because tamea originated in Egypt, and then it was later adopted by other regions. And as it was adopted by other regions, they started substituting the split fava beans with chickpeas, also known as hummus. And when this happened, it essentially gave the name falafel. There was a change to the name. Instead of referring to it as tamea, the people that changed it from split fava beans to hummus started calling it falafel. All right, sorry about that TikTok. It wanted me to do that puzzle verification thing. All right. Let's see. Tahina sauce. I need a bowl for this one. Here's the bowl we're going to use. Tahina sauce. Spoon. I'm going to need some limes for this one as well. Going to need a little bit of water. And then cumin. And then some parsley as well. go ahead and chop up this parsley. Let me turn off this camera since it overheated earlier. Parsley is chopped. Just rolling the limes before I slice them in half. This will make it easier to juice them. One and two. Let's push the parsley up onto the blade like so. So that's ready. Set this to the side here. These can go right here as well. Need to grab a little bowl for the cumin. Also, we got some sea salt, and that's everything that I need. So the tahina, limes I just sliced, then I got the parsley, the cumin, the sea salt, and a splash of water. All right, don't need the vinegar anymore. We can put that away. Let's turn the camera back on. Adjust this camera. All right, that should be okay. Oh, that's not the tahina, this one is. All right, so tahina is essentially ground sesame seed. It does like to separate when it sits in the jar. So before you scoop it out or pour it out, whichever one, make sure you give it a nice mix because the oils will essentially like rise to the top and the thicker like sesame seed paste will sink to the bottom. So just give it a nice stir. It is very thick. So make sure, it does get like thicker on the bottom. So make sure to give it that nice stir so that way it's nice and even before you use it. Should be like that. So up first was the tahina. Now I am squeezing in the lime juice. Let me go wash my hands. Be right back. All right, up next we got parsley, cumin, sea salt, and water. Is that a seed? No, it's just a bubble. That was the parsley. Up next is the cumin. Sea salt. And just a splash of water. So once you start mixing this tahina sauce together, it will thicken up like so. See how it's all pretty much stuck on the spoon? As you're mixing it, you want to add water just little by little, just like a splash at a time. You want it to have a thinner consistency, so that way it doesn't stick to the spoon like this, and it essentially drips down into like a sauce-like consistency. See right now, it's literally back into like paste form. So we definitely need to adjust the water level. You could also do not just the water level. So at first I did just squeeze in one lime juice, the juice of one lime juice. That makes no sense. So you could add, like more, you could use more lime juice, or if you use lemons, you could use more lemon juice. But once again, it's just based on your taste and your preference, but the best way to do it is just to add a little bit of water, little by little until it thins out. So just a splash of water, didn't measure it, and now we mix it, and then we just keep on doing that until we reach that sauce-like consistency. I want to add a little bit more water. Just mixing it slow at first every time I add water, because I don't want it to splash up. And once the water is a little bit more incorporated, then I pick up the speed. Then I wipe the edges as I go. So it is starting to thin out a little bit. We're going to do a little bit more water. This should be it right here. All right, much better. We have more of a sauce-like consistency. We are good to go. All right, this can go in the refrigerator as well. Now, let's clean up the spot. Then we're going to check on the food. which is behind me on my main stove. And then we will, so clean up the spot, check on the food, and then start working on making the tamea. I do have a recording line as well. I need to grab the tahina sauce back. Give me one moment. I need to adjust this camera. Let's make the tahina sauce. This should be a simple line for me to record. Now let's make the tahina sauce. Now let's make, or did I? Now let's make the tahina sauce. I didn't look up though as I brought the spoon up. Let's try it again. Now let's make the tahina sauce. All right, let's review that one. Should be good to go. Now let's make the tahina sauce. Okay. Did I do the one? Let me try it one more time. A little bit more focus. Now let's make the tahina sauce. That one should be much better. Let's review it. Now let's make the tahina sauce. We have a winner. All right, this can go in the refrigerator for now. Don't need the water for now, I don't think. Let me move some of these things out of the way. Cleaning the counter up. Then we're going to check on the food, and then we will start working on the tamea. This. All right, let's go on a quick field trip. Just rotating you guys this way. Let's check it out. I just slightly turned up the temperature on this. I'm also going to add a little bit of water to it. All right, while we're waiting on this to boil, I'm going to get myself ready for the next shot. In this bowl right here, I have the dry split fava beans soaking. They've been soaking since last night. So for roughly, I did this I think at like 11 o'clock last night. And it's a little bit after 5 now, so that puts us at like 18 hours. It's been soaking for 18 hours. Just overnight is enough, but considering I'm going through with this like recording recipe video for you guys, it did take a little bit longer, which is okay. So this is what we use to make tamea. As I was saying earlier, tamea is the original falafel, essentially. It originated in Egyptian culture over 1,000 years ago, and one of the primary ingredients for making tamea is using split fava beans. But when it was later adopted by in other regions, people started mixing the split fava beans with chickpeas, also known as hummus. And when that started to happen, it was known as falafel. So now you know the primary difference between tamea and falafel. Tamea originated in Egypt and uses split fava beans, and falafel is what was later adopted by other regions and cultures, and it uses chickpeas, also known as hummus in Arabic. So that, bringing over to the counter just beside us here. Now onto the tamea. So let me tilt the camera down onto this. I'm just getting the camera ready while we are waiting for the water to reach a boil, so that way we can add it to the food. So with making food, you do not want to stir it at all during any point of the cooking process. You want to ensure if the food level is here that the water is well above it. At no point in time do you want the water level to go below the food. Food is just Arabic for fava beans, for those of you who do not know. And then at any point in time when you do add water, you want to bring it to a boil first before you incorporate it in with the food, because if you add cold water or room temperature water, anything besides boiling water, it will essentially shock and interrupt the cooking process, and you do not want that to happen. That's with any type of dry beans that you are using. Boil your water first before you top it off in with the beans. All right, water is boiling. Just a little bit of water. Oops. A little bit of water will do the trick. And we should be good to go on that. So that takes care of the food. Now let's rotate you guys back this way again. I actually do have to bring you, I am going to have to temporarily bring you to the sink area because I do have to take a shot of me draining the water from that. So let's go ahead and do this first. Where's the remote? There we go. Actually, I give up. All right, let's try it again, but this time without spilling it. Because I have to record my line saying now onto the tamea. Now onto the tamea. All right. Hold it up like so. All right. Let's do this. Now onto the tamea. Let's make sure it's okay and in focus. I'm holding it too low. I need to hold it up higher. Now onto the tamea. All right, that should be good with how high I was holding it. At least it looks like it at the end. Let's review. Okay. We're good to go. All right, quick field trip. That last shot was just a quick and easy one of me like walking off, like out of frame towards here, which is the sink. Bring this over. I also need to bring that camera over. So here's the split fava beans. Let me bring this camera over as well. So just give me one moment. Disconnect it and then bring it over here. that should be okay, I hope. All right, so that's all the shots I needed over here by the sink. Let me get set back up over here. And then once I get set back up over here, I'll bring you guys back over to have a better point of view of everything that is happening. Let me reconnect my camera. All right. I also need bring the food processor over. Adjust this camera. Move this stuff out of the way, then I'll bring you guys back over. Oops. Just give me one moment. that should be okay for both YouTube and TikTok. Drain the water. Okay, we already did that. Oops. Now let's go grab the food so we can transfer it into actually, let's do the onion. Let's peel the onion and get everything ready. So here's the onion. We also need some garlic. So right now I'm just peeling some garlic. I'm going to peel the onion as well. And then I'm just going to, for the onion, I'm just going to roughly chop it because it's all going in the food processor anyways. All right, garlic is peeled and ready. Just grabbing a small bowl for it. All right, the garlic's in the bowl. I need a knife for the onion. Where did I even put it? Oh, it's over here. Be right back. Let me clear off my cutting board. Be right back. this. Camera overheated. My main camera overheated. So I just flipped the switch on it for it to completely turn off. So let's give it a minute. So we're about to add all the ingredients for the tamea in the food processor, which consists of the dry split fava beans, cilantro, one roughly chopped yellow onion, 6 garlic cloves, then ground coriander, ground cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. And then we're going to blend it all together until it essentially forms like a kind of like a wet sand like consistency, if that makes sense. And once it's all blended together, we're going to transfer it to a bowl. We're going to add just a pinch of baking soda. And you add the baking soda immediately before you fry it. And then we're going to deep fry it in a neutral oil just for a few minutes. It doesn't take that long for it to cook. The goal is to have that nice crispy brown outside with the soft, fluffy green inside. And once that's cooked, we're gonna switch back over to the food because the food, let's see, what time is it right now? It is 5:28, so it's basically been cooking for 5.5 hours. So in the next 30 minutes, it's gonna hit that 6-hour timer, and we should be good to go. And then we can plate it, we can prepare it, which is fairly simple as well for the food. So we are at the tail end of making this food with tamea. At the beginning of the live, we prepared the Egyptian style salad, which is a cucumber and tomato salad called salat al-baladi. And then we also made tahina sauce that we will be using as a dip for the tamea. And now we are about to make the tamea, but just waiting for my main camera to cool down for a minute or so. And then we can get started with adding everything into the food processor. Where is the cilantro? Oops. We got some fresh cilantro as well. We're going to use the entire bunch. So I'm going to give it a quick wash while we're waiting on my camera to cool. All right, let's try this again with my camera. Let's turn it on and go from there. Hopefully that was enough time for it to cool. We are back in business. All right, up first is the dry split fava beans, which look like this. All right, up next is the cilantro. Let's see, where am I on this? Then transfer it. Okay, just did that. So in this order, cilantro, the onion, garlic, coriander, cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. All right, just grabbing the parsley. Up next is one whole yellow onion, but just I roughly chopped it into quarters. Up next is the garlic cloves. Up next are some seasonings. First is the coriander. The next seasoning is cumin. That was sea salt. And this is black pepper. Oops. Now we blend this. You are going to have to push it down. So let me do it with, let's see. You are, as you blend it, you want to blend it for a little bit and then push it down, because otherwise, especially like the cilantro, the lighter parts will not thoroughly blend. This should be more green than it is that like beigeish yellow color from the split fava beans. I'm going to grab a smaller utensil. It is definitely more green because it is better blended now, but there are still some pieces that have not blended. Like for example, like stem here. So it's important that as you blend this, you pause and scrape down the sides to ensure that you have a nice even blend throughout. this should be the final blend, I hope. Very good. It's looking much, much better. This is how you want it to look. It should be kind of like a wet sand, is how I'm describing it, to where it's definitely going to have that texture, but also it's not going to like fully hold together, but like when crumbs fall, like how it did here, it's going to be, you know, like bigger pieces, if that makes sense. So basically like wet sand is the consistency that you want it to be. And it's going to, excuse me, it's going to get a lot of that moisture essentially from the onion juices or onion water, whatever you want to call it, but it's the same thing. So now that we're all set with that, let's go ahead. We're going to have to grab a bowl, transfer this to a bowl. Now you know the difference between tamea and falafel. Okay. This is the consistency we want. The tamea. All right, let's detach this. Let's turn this off. Let's unplug it as well and get it out of the way because we no longer need it. Actually, I'm gonna set it here for now because the counter that I usually put it on needs to be cleaned. Grab a bowl. I'm going to go wash this off before it dries up, so I'll be right back. I also need to adjust this camera down to that bowl. Need to move the outlet out of the way. me get it all out of here as best as possible. Going to wash this off before it dries up. I'll be right back. All right, same as the lid. Be right back again. This can move to the side. So I need the baking soda. That's right here. So this is the consistency you want it to have, just like wet sand, essentially, is the goal. Let's see, mix in just a touch baking soda immediately before you fry it, okay? Let me get rid of that clip. Internal temperature too high, of course. Let me hit the switch on my camera to allow it to cool. This is the pot that we're going to use to fry it in. I'm going to start heating it up on the stove behind me. Going to give it like another minute or so for my camera to cool down. Then we're going to add just a touch of baking soda to this. Let me break up that ball so that way it does not clump up in the tamea. I was about to say falafel there for a moment. All right, so while we're waiting on my camera to cool down, let me give you guys a quick up to date of what is happening here. Welcome to my kitchen. I am Muhammad the Egyptian Cook, and right now in today's live, we are working on making Egyptian food wa tamea, which is fava beans, and tamea, which is the original falafel. So right behind me on my main stove, we have the food, which has been cooking for almost 6 hours now. So it's at that tail end because it needs to be cooked low and slow for average of 6 hours, or basically 6 hours. And at 6 o'clock, we're going to hit that 6 hour mark. In the fridge behind me, we prepared an Egyptian style salad called salata baladi. And then we also made tahina sauce that we will be using as a dip for the tamea. And in this bowl right here, as we speak, is essentially, I guess you could call it the the dough for tamea, which consists of dry split fava beans, a whole lot of cilantro, one whole onion, some garlic cloves, ground coriander, ground cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. Then we blended it all in the food processor until it essentially reached this wet sandy-like texture and consistency. And immediately right before you fry it, you add just a dash of baking soda, and you form it into like the little balls or shapes. I like to use an ice cream scooper because it makes it a lot easier. It's somewhere around here. Let's see. I'm going to use an ice cream scooper to help form the nice even shapes, scrape off the end, and then scoop it immediately, not immediately, but directly into the hot oil for frying. It will be deep fried. It only takes a few minutes for it to cook. And one thing too, when you're frying tamea, you do not want to overcrowd the oil, because if that happens, you will risk it falling apart, considering that it is this wet sand-like consistency. For the most part, it does hold its shape, but while it's still green like this, it is more likely to break up. But once it fries, and it will hold its shape, because that outer edge will brown and become crispy, and then the inside will remain soft, green, and fluffy, and it is absolutely delicious. So once we finish cooking that, then we're going to switch back over to the food. We're going to we're going to plate it and add some seasonings and a few ingredients to it. And then we'll take the final shots that I need for my recipe video, including my intro, my outro, any of my recording, like my final recording lines, while the food is prepared, or when it's finally prepared. Going to take the pictures I need for my thumbnail, for my video thumbnails. Then we will say Yallah, Bismillah, and we will eat. So we are at the tail end here. Hopefully we do not experience any more hiccups with my main camera overheating, as it has been. This is now the third or fourth time that it's happened in the past hour. So we're just giving it like another minute or so, and we should be okay to turn it back on and move forward with the tamea. We got some baking soda here that's going to go in here. We're going to mix it all together. We're going to form the shapes, and we're going to fry it. That is what is about to happen. So let's go ahead and turn this camera back on. All right, it looks like we are back in business. Let's do this. All right, how did I say this? Use an ice cream scoop to easily form even portions. It should look like this. All right, so that should be simple. I'll do a scoop. Like I'll form a scoop first, then I'll put it in the palm of my hand just to show in the camera. But when it comes to the frying process, I don't take it out of the scoop. I just go directly from the scoop into the oil instead of into my hand, and because you don't want to risk it falling apart. But just for the purpose of the final cut of the video, I'm going to scoop one out into my hand like so. Just imagine a tamea right there right now, just so that way you as the viewer can see what it should look like. All right. Grab a plate. I don't know why the oil keeps on like crackling like that. I just poured it in the pot and I have the heat on for it, but I didn't add anything to it. So it should look like that. Let's review it, make sure that shot is okay before we move forward. Let's try it again because part of it was out of focus as I was transitioning. So let's try it again. Let's check that clip. I think that one will be much better, hopefully. Hey, so far so good. Okay, good. We're good to go. So this is going to be for the first one that goes in the oil. I'm going to keep it in the scoop because, like I said, you don't want to constantly transfer it back and forth, because then you risk it falling apart. Because it is like a wet sand like consistency in a way. I'm just bringing my countertop stove and the oil over this way. Then I need to adjust the camera onto this. So just give me a moment, please, while I make those adjustments. Nope, no good. Actually just gonna bring this onto the counter. Oops. Like so. So let me adjust you guys as well. Another couple minutes for this to heat up because I did temporarily turn it off because I don't know why. See, it's still cracking. I don't know why it's doing that. Considering that I just put brand new oil in here. I don't know, maybe from earlier when I washed this pot, but I washed it, I don't know, like a couple hours ago. I thought it was dry, but I guess maybe not. So just giving it some time for it to heat up. Once it heats up, then we're going to press in each scoop of the tamea into here for it to cook and fry. It only takes a few minutes for it to fry, and you do not want to overcrowd the pot. So for this size pot, I could probably do 4, possibly 5 at a time. You don't want to go any. You don't want them essentially touching or for the oil to be overcrowded, because it can risk it falling apart, especially when it is still in this like wet sand dough-like consistency. But once the outside browns, then it will hold its shape much better. I'm just checking on the food, which is behind me here on my main stove. And we are looking good. So far, so good. Let me get a bowl ready as well for the tamea. Once it's cooked, just a bowl with some paper towel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's turn on this camera. Let's start cooking this tamea. All right, let's do this. All right, so just a few minutes, that's all it takes. Like, I don't know, like 3 to 5 minutes based on the temperature. And that one stem did not blend. So taking that out of the oil. I can already tell that it's starting to brown, especially that first one that I put in. So right now we have 4 in here. It looks like 4 is going to be my maximum at a time. While I'm waiting, let me go ahead and get this ready for the next one. Another stem. one of them like kind of sunk to the bottom and was stuck to the bottom a little bit. You don't want them to be touching the bottom or anything like that, because then it can risk it falling apart. So essentially they should be floating when they cook, and they should not be touching each other, especially when you first put them in. Once they start to brown on the outside, it's okay if they crash into each other, because now they essentially will hold their shape. Here's some pieces that broke off. That essentially happens when you first put it in. So let me scoop all these broken pieces off, or out, I should say. Four more just went in. just like before. We're going to let it cook for a few minutes. You want the outside to reach this nice brown, this crispy brown outside, and the inside will still be nice, soft, and fluffy, and green on the inside. After the second batch, we have just about one more left after this one, and then we're going to move back onto the food and finish that up. And we're going to plate everything, and we will be good to go. Another minute or so, then I'll take these out. Come on, no. Internal temperature too high. Now it makes sense because, you know, the burner is going, but still, like, these are essentially just the broken pieces or the crumbs. All right, this right here should be the final batch to cook. Whoa. Another stem. Here's what we got so far with the tamea. Nice brown and crispy on the outside, and it's going to be soft, green, and fluffy on the inside. Here, let's go ahead. We're going to dive into one while it's still nice and hot. Yallah, Bismillah. After this is the final batch of the tamea that's currently cooking right now. Once this is up, we're going to set it in the plate, and then we're going to bring the food back over here. We're going to take the final shots that I need for the food, and then we're going to plate it. We're going to record my intro and outro lines that I need. Going to take the pictures for my thumbnail for the recipe video, and then we're going to say Yallah, Bismillah, and we will eat. I'm going to move this camera back for now. I just turned it off, allowing it to cool down just a little bit. And I just ran out of juice. Give me one moment. We're back in business. All right, let's turn that off. I can move this to the stove behind me. No longer need it. Going to temporarily set this to the side because I do need to clean up my area. In the meantime, here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Egyptian style tamea, hot and fresh out of the oil. We go ahead and clean up my spot. And then we will bring the food back over here. My area is clean and ready for the next mess. Coming back over the food over like so. I have to be careful with how I set it on here so it does not tip over. That would not be good. Let's turn my main camera back on as well. And I need to adjust the angle on it. So just give me a moment, please. As I get situated here. Let's see, what did I say? Frying with the whatever, blah, blah, blah. Paper towel, I did that. I do have a recording line. Just give me one more moment as I make the adjustment for the camera angle, please, and thank you. All right, let's do this. Remote. Now back to the food. Let's see how it looks. Now back to the food. Very good. All right, cook time is up. It should be brownish color. So I do need to adjust the camera up so I can see in the pot. So give me a moment, please, as I make this adjustment. To adjust the angle a little bit more. All right, let me tilt you guys just a little bit so you can see a little bit better. We should be good to go. I'm bringing the camera up so that way you can actually see inside the pot. got the shot that I needed. Let's turn off the stove. Just bring this over here. No longer need this, can turn that off. Let's see, how did I say that should be nice and tender? Okay, transfer the food to here, bring this a little bit closer, like so. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here is the food Mudammas. So it's essentially the fava beans, then I added tahina. Well, first I lightly mashed it. I left a little bit of texture. I used a fork to lightly mash it. Then I added tahina, not the tahina sauce, like actual ground sesame seed. Mixed it in. Then I added ground cumin, sea salt, black pepper, squeezed in. Then I mixed it after I added all the seasonings. Then I drizzled some olive oil on top, fresh lime juice, and then parsley. And my camera overheated yet again. But while I am waiting for that to cool down, I need to transfer the salad to a different bowl, and same as the tahina, because these are all way too large of bowls to be using. So here's the Egyptian style salad that we prepared at the very beginning of this live. It's essentially a tomato and cucumber salad. And this pink liquid, that is the dressing. It is essentially vinegar, lime juice, and then the juices from the onion, tomatoes, and onions. It is absolutely delicious. It's one of my favorite parts of this salad is you just drink it at the very end. There's the Egyptian style salad. We call it salata baladi in Arabic. So that takes care of that. This can go back in the fridge for now, just to get it out of the way. Then we need to plate the tahina sauce. So this right here is the ground sesame seed, which is tahina, but then we added lime juice, ground cumin, some parsley, and sea salt and water. Then we adjusted the water little by little until we got the sauce-like consistency. Go right there for now. All right, so here is the tahina sauce dip. And then the last let's see, should I put it in this? Let's see how this will look. Nope. Let's try this one. This can go somewhere over there, just out of the way. I'll pick it up later. Let me clean all this up. All right, so that's everything that I need. Tahina can go back in the fridge. This can move out of the way. Some olive oil. I just need to clear up some of my counter space to accommodate all of these dishes. So we have Egyptian style food with tamea. Then we have an Egyptian salad right here. Some tahina sauce to go with it. And some pita bread. So let me organize all of this. Let me move the camera out of the way as well. How can we do this? What did I even say anyways? Then add tahina, blah, blah, blah. So, okay. So this, like this. Should be okay. Why am I drifting to the side like that? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just have to take the final thumbnail picture and we should be good to go. Okay, this is the final picture that I'm going to record my intro and outro lines, and we can say Yallah, Bismillah, and we can eat. Let's see what my lines are that I need to record. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. For more Egyptian food, culture, and spontaneous yelling, click join to become a member. It is one of the best ways to support what I do. Please be okay. For more Egyptian food, culture, and spontaneous. Let's try it again. For more Egyptian food, culture, and spontaneous yelling, click join to become a member. It is one of the best ways to support what I do. As long as the food's in focus, I'm good to go. We're good to go. Oops. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this traditional Egyptian breakfast. Hopefully the food's in focus, and then we can say Yallah, Bismillah, and we can eat. Okay, hold it up higher, come on. All right, good. So we have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this traditional Egyptian breakfast. We're good. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Mm-hmm. 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 This is my favorite part of the salad. We call it salata whiskey. I disagree with the name. It's just what it's called if you want to research this. I actually do have a recipe video for how to make this as well. It's just a byproduct of making the Egyptian style salad. It's essentially a combination of vinegar, lime juice, and then the juices from the onion, tomato, and cucumber. And then of course, the seasonings that were used, sea salt, black pepper. And then it's also going to have like a spicy kick to it because I did add jalapenos to it. And then it's also going to have a refreshing taste to it because I did add mint as well. So it's a little bit of everything. You're supposed to drink this just like this, and it is absolutely incredible. This right here is my favorite part. Just like that. That is definitely spicy from the jalapenos. I can also taste the mint. The primary flavors that you can taste in this, that at least I can taste in this, is the vinegar, the jalapenos, and the citrus from the lime, and then just a little bit of the mint. The jalapenos, I think, is overpowering the mint in a way in terms of the drink. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. In today's live, we made ful with tamea, which is Egyptian-style fava beans and falafel, the original falafel, as well as an Egyptian-style salad, which is a tomato and cucumber salad, essentially, along with tahina dip for the tamea. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's going to conclude today's live where we made Egyptian style food and tamea. The full recipe video, the final cut, will post exclusively for my YouTube members by tomorrow night. For everybody else who is not a paid member on my YouTube channel, it will not post until the following week, so next week, Monday. If you're not already a member on my YouTube channel, go ahead and click that join button. It is only $2.99 per month, and it is one of the best ways to support what I do here in my kitchen. You get early access to all of my videos a week before everybody else across all of my social media platforms. YouTube is actually my only platform where I offer the membership for these exclusive perks. You get custom emojis, and shout outs in my future videos as people join in and become members. So thank you to everybody who tuned in for today's live where we made Egyptian food and tamea. Here's the food, here's the tamea. Thank you everybody for tuning in tonight. I am Mohammed the Egyptian Cook, and that concludes tonight's live. Have a good night, everyone.